Hey, how are we all doing? Oh, hopefully we're all here. We're all here, all good. Can't see anything at the moment. I have my glasses. I've got to clean my glasses. Excuse me, we'll just grab some blue roll. Well, there's a bit of a cock up in today's stream notification because I did it this morning first thing on my iPad and put it across onto the onto YouTube. Did all the time, put a picture on, all the rest of it, and came upstairs, potting about, clearing up and that, and thought I'd come in and just put a different picture on the cover. Lo and behold, the stream wasn't there at all. So I had to recreate it. So you might have only just got a notification, so apologies for that. But hopefully we're all live. Okay, so we have Brett in first today. Morning, Brett, Daniel, Dave Rhodes, War and Peace of Radio Restoration. This is going to be it today. There is going to be little tiny bits that I've still got to do to this radio, but I'm going to call it a day on what we get done today. Because there's only so much footage we can do on one radio, isn't there? Afternoon, Phil Taylor, Phil the Power, Nick, hi Nick, Man Cave Workshop, Sean, how you doing? Rob Titheridge, Snowy, yeah, well it's snowed here quite nicely overnight, but it's all melted now. The rain's come back in and that's the end of it. You doing, Foxy? Benji, how you doing? Luigi, hi. Yeah, we're good, mate. Hi, Rob Cross. You missed the very beginning of the intro because of the advert on YouTube. Is that right? Ah. Benji's sold his stuff. Mike Atlantis is back. Hi, Mike. With your cardboard radio. Hi, Daniel from Hell's Owen. Afternoon, Colin. Where have you been, Colin? We haven't seen anything of you in the chat for ages. Mick McGinn. Hi, Mick. Paddy, afternoon, Paddy. Well, you see, you think GNU was first in, do you? I think the problem was, Sean, was there was two streams side by side, so you may have been looking at the other one. So apologies, Mr. Ninja, if you were first in on the stream that I deleted. Remlap, afternoon, Patrick, how are you? Michael Hyde, hi Michael. Barry Charney, hi Barry. Oh, loads in. I'll tell you what I've got to do is go and get my cup of tea. Bear with me. I've got to get me cup of tea. You can have a look at the power supply while I'm getting my cup of tea. I know it's cup of tea, but I've only just had my lunch and I haven't had time to drink my cup of tea yet. Hopefully I brought it up. I'm sure I did. Yeah, there we go. Together with my cheesy biscuits, which I may or may not have a chance to eat. But I have had my dinner today, so that's one good thing. There we go. It's my squirrel cup. Oh dear. Hi, Amin, how are you? Ninja. Deletion, story of your life. Yeah, like I say, there was two streams there, Ninja. I don't know if you noticed that one disappeared all of a sudden. Got to remember not to get the cardboard radio damp. It was Remlap there that donated it, Mike. He was asking if you'd got it yet. Afternoon, George. 3 thumbs up. You're a bit sick from the sun. Well, Mrs. Cruncher's not too special at the moment. She's got a bit of a cold come on. She's really full of it. So I predict at least a maximum of about 2 days before I get it. A maximum of a couple days. Just back from shopping. Time for a cuppa. I'm going to have a beer in a bit, but I've got a full cup of tea at the moment, so I've got to drink that first. I'm going to throw it away. For you tea drinking fanatics out there. So last Sunday we had a play with this radio, and I had some issues with the wiring. It was a pain in the neck, to be honest. It took me a lot of head scratching, but on Monday I did manage to sort it out. I did pop a quick video on for my patrons, my Patreon supporters. So again, Patreons, thank you very much. Hopefully you're getting some benefit out of your support. But we're definitely nearing the finish now, and I've actually got the case out this morning and had a quick look at it. I've put the speaker baffles back in. What is cold sickness? She's full of a cold, I mean. So she got a runny nose, sniffles, sore throat. So, yeah, the wiring was a complete headache because it had been messed with before. And as we said last week, it's not the original chassis. So someone has sort of shoehorned all the cables into another chassis. And I don't think they've done it quite right. And trying to work it out from the circuit diagram, I did eventually get it. I did get it after a lot of head scratching, and I had to take all the plugs apart and work out which wire went where, and it did take a long time. But it's done. I'm not going to go and try and do that live today, because it will just do my head in and everybody else's. It's difficult enough to try and follow the stream anyway, isn't it, without trying to follow me, trying to follow a diagram. Yes, I mean, it's like a mild sort of flu. Afternoon, Gary, who's now the proud owner of a Radiocruncher mug. Afternoon, Gary. Hope you're okay down there, mate. Or up there. Right, let me go and get the chassis a minute. Just go and get that from the landing where it's hiding in the old case. Well, I hope it is. There's one thing I haven't been able to put my hands on, was the original dial plate at the moment. It is here somewhere, but it might have got moved up into the loft in the Christmas decorations. Because bear in mind, this radio, I first looked at this radio in August last year. So it's taken me a fair while to get onto it. Pardon me. We've got a little bit of cleaning up to do on the top. As I say, I will need to get the correct dial plate for it at some stage. So let's zoom out a little bit. A little bit. I'll tell you what, this lighting is pretty mental nowadays. It's very bright in here. Okay, so let's just pop it out the chassis. I've got to sort the aerial out, actually. That's something that I forgot to do. Actually, shall we prove that it's working first? I suppose we ought to, don't we? Let's just, well, it might have suddenly decided it's not going to work. You just never know with this thing. It's got a mind of its own. It literally has got a mind of its own. So I measured the voltage, and we have got, just get that around the right way. I measured the voltage, and we have got minus 18 volts at the amplifier plug, so the power supply under load is working fine. Just get a couple of these to put underneath it, stop it shorting out. Let's get the quick test. Hi Commander, how are you? Welcome. Any of you that are in the British Vintage Wireless Society, I hope you're aware that there's currently an online auction running, and they have got some very nice bits of kit there for sale. Unfortunately, it won't be something that I'll be able to bid on myself because the collection points are literally just too far away from me, really. Plus, got to watch the funds at the moment, so unfortunately, no more spending on rare radios for poor Mr. Cruncher. Oh well, never mind. So, age of the radio. Now, I've got the original service manual. I've actually found it now. If you can see that, it's October 1996. Sorry, 1966. So I think Patrick was asking this morning if this was a rival to the Super Sovereign, but this predates the Super Sovereign, Patrick. So yeah, 1966, whoever that was asking about how old it was. Derek, how are you? It certainly will, Ninja. Yeah, the Super Sovereign they got is quite nice in there. I think the all the all the text is fine, which is the key. Right, okay, let's turn it on. We're on FM. Hopefully we're on a station. Plugged into the Variac. Let's wind it up. Make sure we've got no hang on. Now it looks like one of my speaker wires has pulled off. Let's pop that on. Try again. I'll tell you what, this radio really has got a mind of its own. Okay, we've got a station there, but there's nothing coming through. So why is that? Obviously there. I can definitely see we got reception. Sean! You couldn't get GoFund for Chris Lath to work, so here you go. Thank you, Sean. I'll pass that over later, mate. Yeah, we had a bit of snow in the light as well. Yeah, it could be, Patrick. Doing Miss Sweden, you're right. So there's something silly here that's causing this radio not to work. I can see it's receiving. It's just not getting through to the amplifier for some reason. Now, why is that? I'll tell you what, this really, it really has been a pain in the neck, this radio. It really has. It's been an absolute pain in the backside. This was working perfectly the other day. I've got to be careful because I've got mains voltage on the power switch on this, not chassis voltage. That should be a signal there, but there's nothing. Oh, it's something's really interfering. It's probably that blimmin' oscilloscope I expect. So unplug that a minute. That's over that or that. Oh, oh, God, bang my finger then. Let's find out why this is not working. It's got 200 volts on it at the moment. Oh. Okay. We've got it to the amplifier, but it's not getting out of the amplifier. So what's going on here? Have we got a wire off somewhere, a wire loose? Have we got one of these outputs decided to pack up all of a sudden? Let's have a look. God, why my finger then? Let's have a look. Mike! Afternoon, Mike, how are you? Tracer, most useful bit of kit in the box. Afternoon, Chris. So we've got Chris popped in. We've got Paul Collins. Hi, Paul. Hammering down up here. Chelsea tractors will get stuck as none of them can drive them properly. Would you have a spare knob for Robert's R66 for Nick Petronics? I don't think I have, Mike, but I will have a look. I mean, I can possibly. Is it something that we can 3D print? Very possibly, because it's like a hexagonal knob on those, isn't it? I don't think I've got a spare set though, Mike, but I will have a look. I will have a look, mate. God, just stuck to my thumb then. Right, okay, so what the hell is going on with this then? It was working fine, but now for some reason we don't appear to have an output. Is that ground, that center one? Okay, so somewhere here. Should have. Where's our plug? It's here, isn't it? So it is at the amplifier, but it doesn't appear that loud there. Let's try the... I definitely need to get that signal tracer finished. This one needs pulling apart really and redoing. It's just a bit beyond now. So I'm pretty sure that's ground there, which is the center pin. That's the input there. Apologies for this noise. It's okay, so it goes to there. Okay, let's see if it's got anything on the speaker. See if we've got a speaker issue. No. It's the amplifier. Oh, what was that? Something went pop then, but it wasn't on the radio, I don't think. What on earth was that? Did you hear that? Did you hear that? What on earth was that? Sounded like something exploded then, but there's nothing turned on. Yeah, sounded like something went bang then. It might have just been something falling down, but if something went bang. You think a capacitor would go bang? It's not on this because
Hello, Specsavers here. We know sight and hearing problems don't go away during life.
So we've definitely got audio to that grey wire, which goes across to this switch. We did have.
Get in touch on our
No, it goes to there. There. Nothing on that switch. Have we got a dodgy switch still on this blimmin' thing? Cool. I'll tell you what, I'm going to have to get a different top on. It's boiling in here. Whew. So for some reason... I'll tell you what we will try a minute quickly is just try the other amplifier in it. Where's the other amplifier? Just make 100% sure it is the amp. Let's turn the power off a minute. Because we have got 240 volts on the bench, so it is fairly protected now. Oh, that's a double red. Brown. Double red, brown. Ow. I got a feeling it's that switch. I just want to make sure that it is working. So I've been playing about yesterday with the with a bit of retro brighting. So I've got some of the keys, just a few of the keys of the Amiga in cooking at the moment. So results are looking pretty good, to be fair. Right, let's try that. So again, there's nothing been done to this amp. It's not been aligned or anything like that. How strange, that one's not working either. That's not working either. What have you done here then, Graham? What's that? What's that? Wow. It's a mystery. It's going to be something stupid, I know, but, you know. Yeah, it's a mystery. Oh well. maybe it won't be finished today. You don't know why it was recommended, Commander. Depends what you're into watching, really. It's a bit of, we have a bit of a laugh. Let's just check that we've got some DC voltage on the output of this. Rectifier, so let me think, that's negative, that's positive. .26 volts. That's coming through these, and then we're going out via that blue wire there, and the green. Well, that says minus 16 at the moment. Through there. That's AC. Let's check what we've got on the transformer. 12.5 volts. See, that seems okay. What is going on? What is going on? So we've got 220 volts, it's drawing 10 milliamps. We've got signal to here. With a lot of interference. So why would it be doing the wrong thing with both amps where it was working fine? Aha, right, okay, I can see why. I can see why. We have a wire off. I was going to say, I'm cracking up, it was working fine. See that one? What a pain. I'll tell you what, this radio just does not want to work. It really doesn't. It just hates me. Okay, so we've got to tack that one back on there now. Let's get a bit of soldering on. I was going to say, it's just something weird. It's always frustrating when something's working perfectly okay. You repair it and all of a sudden it doesn't work anymore. Right. Oh, I got a massive great soldering iron tip in there. What the hell was I doing with that? I'm doing something fairly heavy duty. Okay, zoom out a little bit because I'm in way too close. Yeah. Chris, afternoon, how are you, son? Your case is going to be revealed shortly, Chris. Brace yourself. Well, if I can get the bloody thing working first. Right, 390. So obviously I was soldering up something pretty hefty, wasn't I? I can't remember what it was now. Thanks to those that have donated so far to Chris's lathe fund. Though I believe that's turned into a car fund now. Guess his car's packed up. It's never ending, Chris, isn't it? Unfortunately, cars are one of the biggest money pits on the planet, as a lot of us here know. George certainly had to run around with this motor not that long ago. Got himself a nice one now, though. Ow, cool, that pin gets hot, you know, when you touch it and solder at the same time. Okay. Right. Try again. Try again. You're having the same with a Rick 1, Colin, are you? You need to see the radio finish. I think everyone does. The old one's still outside, George, is it? Just catching up with the chats. Can you still use those radios today? Yes, you can, Kaminda. Colin set fire to his Rick 1. You haven't told us about that, Colin. What's the matter with you? You've been avoiding us in the chat. Right. It goes then. Will it now work? Hallelujah.
Something that like I see you. We're going to dip into the GQT email inbox now. A question from Michael Conrad Pickles, who clearly likes his cup of tea. He lives in Paddock Wood in Kent, and he says, after giving up on tea bags due to their environmental impact, I wondered which plants would benefit.
Well, there you are. What a pain. Right, so we need to get the other amp back in, make sure that's okay. Double, single, double, single. Let's do that a minute. No, it's double red. Ow. Right, let's make sure this one's working, because this is the amplifier that we've refurbished. It's been recapped and we've done all the midpoint voltages and all the rest of that on it. So let's go again, make sure this one's working. No, it's not. What? Oh, I got those wires the wrong way around. Let me just check that. Is it double brown? Could have got the wires out of phase. Let's just try that again. No, let me. Oh dear. I'm just wondering if I got those wires in wrong now. Bag of old nails. Keep stop working. It is, George. I agree with you. Load of old rubbish. Just let me check the wiring on those speakers a minute. So they're wired in parallel. Can never bloody work this out. There's something falling down or shorting out and behind there somewhere. What is that? I don't know. I've got trips on all of this, so if anything does go wrong, it'll just blow out this, take the trip out, and we'll be in silence. Yeah, I've got a horrible feeling that I've got the speaker wiring around the wrong way. Let me just double check. I've just totally forgot what I did just now. Good result. Bye. You off, Paddy, are you? You have to play a game of chess. Chess, very nice, Paddy. Afternoon, radio, HF and shortwave. Hi, Matthew. I'm missing people jumping in here. Apologies for that. It's worth it. I think once you get an old radio, you'll be hooked, Kaminda. Yeah, I think I do need a beer, Sean. My cup of tea's my tub of keys? My tub of keys is finished. Right, let me just have a look back through my pictures a minute. Bear with me, people. I have got some pictures of the case before Chris worked on it as well, so we can have a look at his handiwork in a minute. See, this one had see, that's wired up different in the chassis than it is there. I mean, I wonder if it should be that way round. Because they are supposed to be in parallel. No, still nothing. Yes. Bear with me, people. Normal service will be resumed shortly. Just gotta find my Atlantis album. TRV15. Radio. Dynatron Atlantis, 46 pictures. Okay. So according to that one, ow, brown was at the top. Red is at the bottom. I'm sure there's probably about 10 different ways these can be wired up and still be correct, but let's make sure everything's plugged in as it should be. Switch is correct, right. Still no worky. I'll tell you what, this is a pain in the backside, isn't it? I wonder. What is going on here? Let's get a decent ground connection here. Any of that should be a decent ground connection. I got problems with my signal tracer here. I'm not getting anywhere fast because of the signal tracer, but if I go to the screen capture, that's basically the wiring for the speaker. So you can have that in a couple ways round. You know, you could swap them around and they would still work. So it's not the speaker wiring. Single brown, double red at the top there. Let's see how my chat's going. Chris is off. You're going to upgrade the software. Tony, how you doing, mate? It could be, Nick. I mean, I've got problems with this. I mean, I say it could be, it will be. We've got a problem with my my croc clip on here. So there's no point messing with it with test gear that's not working. So let's get this lemon clip sorted. I've got a break in the wire there. I can see it's just sort of. Where am I? I don't know what screen I'm on now. What's going on here? Oh, there we go. Yes, I've got a break in that. You can see how that's just flopping. It's not making a good ground, which is why I'm having trouble with the signal generator, the signal tracer. Let's see if I can get this boot off. Have we just got another croc clip that we can stick on there? Must have another croc clip somewhere. You must have, Graham. me find another croc clip a minute. We'll get this done. Hey, Harvey, how you doing? Yeah, where is Theo? I haven't seen Theo today. Right, let's see if I can find a croc clip, a half decent one. Now, I'm trying to think where they are. I think they are in here. So let's pop another croc clip on here a minute. I'm just going to cut that one off so I can't get the wire to go back. You cannot get decent croc clips. I know Doug gave me some great ones from the States, but I haven't been able to find them over here. You know, the ones that Doug gave me that are wired up with all these. These are absolutely brilliant croc clips. They're the best ones I've ever seen, I think. They're sort of like a coppery finish, whether they're phosphor bronze maybe, I'm not sure. Let's get my multimeter out of the way, we don't need that now. Not for a minute anyway. Have I just dropped that? No, it's on there, isn't it? So I'm trying to take the boot off of it. There we go. Missing power. I've got some power to the amp. We had a problem just now, Harvey, where one of the wires had broken off, so whether that's done something to this amplifier, I hope it hasn't popped one of the outputs, because we'll be back to square one if it has. Let's just fold over that. Just get a bit of solder on there. And hopefully be back in action with the signal tracer, because I'd be lost without this, to be fair. Come on, take to the metal. Thank you. Put that back up there out of the way. Let's get rid of the flux. Yeah, I've got plenty of croc clips here, but as always, it's just finding them, isn't it? Let's get rid of the flux off of that. So hopefully we'll have a nice new yeah, something about those ones that Doug got me though, George. They really are very good springs on them, and they're high quality material they're made of. So right, let's make sure nothing's touching. Let's get that out of the way. Okay, so we should be back in business with a decent ground connection, hopefully. Maybe not. No output there. Okay. Okay, bear with me.
That is time, and now I'm on Radio 1. On the way, we have got to play you and Harry Styles, but first at 2:30.
Okay. Let's get on the back end of it and see. So where's our outputs? Down here. Let's make sure we got a signal on the input.
Come from South Africa. There is no community.
And the driver's there. Don't have anything on the drivers.
To had to be deployed.
So that comes down to that switch.
Meters underground. 9 more are still missing.
Comes out to here.
Just knocked Luton Town out with a 3-1 win at Stamford Bridge. Brentford are playing Leicester City while Fulham are at home to Burnley. After that, Manchester United meet Liverpool. Out. In the Scottish League Cup, Livingston plays.
It comes down to this switch.
The second, 42 runs behind Sri Lanka.
I'm sure it should come out of the switch through this white wire. But it's not. Let's get the other amp again a minute. We'll get there. I was hoping to get this back in the case by now. Hoping. I wonder if... No, it can't be. I've had this working fine. It was working fine. I mean, this is actually the amplifier that goes with this set. I wonder if there's anything. It can't be, because like I say, it was working fine. Hi Keith, how are you? Croc clips from the 80s. I know, is Doug in? I'm not sure if Doug's in. Did I say hello to Doug earlier? Doug's not in yet. I'm sure he will be at some stage. One on cam then. Right, let me just find that picture again to double check. So single red. Double brown. Single brown. Well, there's nothing wrong with that amp. There's got to be something wrong with this amp now for some reason. Flipping heck. Right, let me just check what I was trying to check just now then. Yeah, see, I'm not getting there's a problem with that switch, I think, because on this amplifier I'm not getting a signal on both of these wires. I should have a signal on both of these. And that switch should switch that out. But in this one, it's not doing that for some reason. And there's a bit of a botch up as well in this. I wonder if I've got any pictures of the actual amp. Yeah, I've got lots of close-up pictures of the amplifier in this one. Pardon me, but I haven't got a picture of the back of the switch, I don't think. No, typical, isn't it? Yeah, I don't appear to have anything coming out of the switch there, which I should have. Just turn this mains off a minute, just open that, make that safe. So I can't see how a switch has suddenly stopped working, but you know, it's possible. It comes back to that. It is possible. So what's that supposed to be there? That's supposed to be... brown, black, red. It's supposed to be 1K and it's silver, 10%. I'm just messing here, people, for a minute. You talk amongst yourselves. I'm just checking this switch, really. Well, that should be 1K. It's not connected to anything. 1.1K. So continuity. I think our switch is packed up. Surely not. See, again, this switch has been messed about with. But it was working fine, so I'm really not sure. I'm not sure what's going on here because the wiring's totally different between the two. I'm wondering if someone's messed about and bypassed this switch with this complete lash up here. I still don't understand why this was working perfectly well the other day and now it's not. It literally is sod's law, isn't it? Oh my god. What is going on? Give it a spray. When in doubt, whip it out. Mike, for my perseverance. I ain't gonna give up. Let's just check the chat back. Let's get myself a beer poured. I think that'll sort it out. If I can get a beer down me. A Jamaican woodbine. Give it a spray. Yeah, it's very strange. I'm not really sure what's going on, because I mean it's only a basic switch, but it's been messed with. This is what's which confusing me, because I can't compare it to another one because it's totally different. I don't see why it would be different. I know it's it claims a higher output when it's in the TRV compared to a standard one. Okay, so according to that, that should go to there. But they've grounded that switch for some reason. What have they done? Let me see if I can get you in on both of these switches, and let me just disconnect that and get that out of the way. Let's get that off the bench. Let's get you in on both of these switches, and you can have a look and see what I'm looking at, because it's more than a little bit confusing. So let me just get you down on the amplifier a sec. Okay. So you should be able to see. No, you can't really see them that well, can you? How can I sort of place this so you can see both? Yeah, difficult to show you really, but you can pretty much see it here. Let's get something to point with. So with the switch in this position, making those two contacts, I mean it's a double throw, so it's making the top and the bottom contacts at the same time. So this is the working amp. So with it in this position, I should have continuity on both pairs. But when you look at this one, for some reason they've bridged from this terminal to the output. So I'm not sure what that's achieving. I mean, it's no different between either circuit. I can't understand why they've done that, to be fair. And we've got this resistor that's just soldered to this wire. Now on this chassis, there's no join there. In fact, there's no join on either of these. This set of switches isn't used. And that resistor goes to this terminal, and that wire joins to this terminal. But someone has grounded this. I don't know if you can see that, but there's a ground wire there. So this terminal's been grounded where it shouldn't be really. It's not connected to anything according to this, except when you click it over that way, it grounds that connection to the chassis. So if we go into continuity test on the multimeter, so we do this one at the back first, so they're both in the same position, in the radio position. Let's put them in diode mode, they work a bit better. So if I go here, dirty. So we've got continuity on the bottom of the switch and the top on this one. Top of the switch, bottom of the switch, nothing. So that's just me touching that. So this switch is broken, but it was fine. So we'll try a squirt of We'll try a squirt of Servicol on it and see if that does anything. Unground it. Yeah, it was. The thing is, though, I totally agree. I'm tempted to wire it as it should be. But it was working perfectly. This is the thing. You just got 2 pints of Guinness lined up. Nice to relax and watch. Cheers, Sean. Try again. What's going on here? Have I got problems with my meter? Right. Ah. Oh, okay. How's the switch cleaner sorted it? Let's try it. Let's try it back in. I'll tell you what, it's crazy. What is going on with this thing? It literally, it wants to stay unfixed. It's bizarre. So there's definitely an issue with that switch, but I don't know. It just seems to not want to work. Let's try it again. Let's go red. And as I say, that switch I think is broken and someone's botched it. Well, someone else botched it, so there's no thinking about it. It's been botched. Unfortunately, it was a story of the whole radio. If you followed it along, everything that could be messed with and botched up was. Which is why I ended up changing the whole chassis because of the damage they'd done to the other one. Ow.
Street, he had to slam his brakes on his back car.
When you say it's a one-way street, you meaning it's the opposite way to the way you're
I'll tell you what is going on with that? Right, I need to find the it's distorted because we've got no aerial connected.
So instantly the yard failed, then had to do the rest of the test, which went pretty well, and then we were driving back to the centre during quite hot, so I had my window down a bit, and this little...
November. Historian Julie Anderson of the University of Kent.
It's quite surprising the way and the means of work that disabled people managed to accomplish within the Victorian period. They really were everywhere. Lowest levels, so we're talking very lower working class people, scullermaids, women were taught to sew,
My fourth attempt, so my first three, I was actually...
the arrangement of Dvorak's serenade.
doesn't sound very sensitive. It was better just now. Let's put a bigger aerial on it.
Really bad, like trying to force it to go in. I just ended up just driving off, and I was like, yeah, I've definitely failed.
Well, so you're saying you couldn't put the car because his leg was...
Yeah.
And this is the examiner. The examiner didn't think to go up a lot.
I mean, he must have felt me several times, like bashing the gearing to his legs, like physically.
It sounds a little bit distorted to me.
Oh, well, listen, Paige, thanks so much for sharing that with us. And, you know, next time you've got to say, mate, move your legs.
This is Matt and Molly.
BBC Radio 1. These stories are so good. I can relate so much. I found my driving test very stressful. Yeah. Also, Mol, are you thinking the same thing?
Sounds distorted to me.
I might be, you know.
In Ecstasy saying, the tune, I agree, that is the, I think, in my own very humble opinion, that is the best Jake Bug song so far. Really, really adore that, so I'm with you. Hello to Phil. Really interesting cold weather songs today. So Phil's going way outside the box, saying, Mighty in Red Balloons, how about that? By Nina. And I was like, and he says, because it's about the Cold War. I'm so impressed by your thinking. Go on then.
I think it's the aerial.
Change. Go. When the weight of the world is on their shoulders and nothing has gone to plan, they arrive home to find a yellow box full of beautiful zing flowers on their doorstep, and the corners of their mouth rise into a smile because they know you care. Create a smile when they need it the most with Zing flowers. Amazing every time. Hello, Specsavers here. We know being able to see and hear keeps you connected to your world and the people you love, especially during lockdown.
It doesn't sound great.
And I test.
Let me get a beer while I contemplate what to do. Cottage pie and lasagna, very nice. We've got roast pork, I think. Georgie, put the case back on and give the topper back. How you doing, mate? When in doubt, whip it out. Simon, Bad crossover distortion. Do you think I've got the speaker wires on wrong? Possibly. Yeah, it's definitely... God, I'll tell you what. Let's just mess with these wires yet again. Let's put them on. So we'll go with this picture here, which is red at the bottom. There's definitely distortion on it. There's no doubt in that. It's, so red on the bottom, double brown on the top. So it should be double red at the top. I should have took a picture, shouldn't I, really? Let's try that.
Your home's emissions, not life's little luxuries. Visit colour.co.uk. Colour, igniting day. Bio-LPG reduces household emissions by up to 38%
Still.
compared to oil.
Voted the best on Thursday at 2:15 on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds.
Right, let's listen to the news a minute, then while I get a beer.
3 o'clock. The Scottish National Party has laid out plans for a second independence referendum, even if the UK government refuses permission to hold one. Boris Johnson has repeatedly rejected calls for another vote. But Nicola Sturgeon
Time for a beer.
if her party wins a majority at next
Les!
election, she's prepared to fight for one in court.
Crossover distortion. Okay, crossover distortion. Are we thinking that the speakers are wired incorrectly? Or is that an issue in the amplifier? Welcome, Les.
Clinical epidemiologist from Queen Mary University of London said restrictions should remain in place until cases are near zero.
Provide good support for people to isolate, have managed quarantine at borders.
Cheers, everybody. I need this.
And very few use the state of lockdown to really fix the challenges of the surveillance system.
McEwen's champion. Got to be done.
That's something we've never managed to get right.
Bias.
Every time we exit lockdown.
I need something strong, Sean. This thing's trying me. Right, so let's have a listen to it.
London. The event took place in a railway arch with the doors padlocked from the inside to stop officers from entering. Andrew R.T.
Right, so keep it on exactly the same channel. Let's change the amp again, see if it's doing it with the other amplifier. Because as I say, we did everything on this amp. It said new capacitors, it said the bias set, it said the quiescent current sorted on it, which was a pig to do, to be fair. So let's see if this one is doing the same. So I don't think it really matters as long as I don't put the two doubles on one terminal. Like that.
By traffic to help ease congestion. An inquest into the death of 2 men killed on the Smart Motorway in South Yorkshire with our shoulder had contributed to their deaths.
I think it's to do with the speaker, the way I've wired the speakers up, because that sounds bad now as well. If you decide whether to the amp and look at the output, speakers make no difference. It's one of the output pair not being biased. Just let me wire this exactly the same as I've got in my picture then, Simon, and then we'll possibly have a look at that. So I mean, really, I can just run it on one speaker, can't I, if they're in parallel? Is that right? This set is God, I must put a knob on there or something. It's doing my hands in. Keep trying to turn that manually. Just pinch that knob off a minute. Okay. That should work like that. I'm not sure why it's not. Let's just wire it up exactly as it was. So right at the bottom. To the top. So it was sounding fine just now when I had this amp in. Why would it suddenly not be sounding fine unless it's a problem with my aerial connection? Right, try that.
Idiots. Fresh thinking. He's been everywhere in Europe. He will have all the latest ideas, the latest insights. He was such a lovely boy. I am proud to think that in my small way, I imparted some of my own. Sit down.
There's something going on there because this amplifier is not there's something going on here, I'm not sure what. I'm really not sure what's going on now. It's going from bad to worse. I'm only drawing 20 milliamps, so I'm not drawing high current from it.
I asked you here to talk about something else. Well, I am. How can you spend so much money? Beers, wine merchants, and hundreds every month of...
Well, I'm not sure what's going on here. Unless something's killing the output for some reason. Wow. That's confusing now because this one's not working now.
this song. You obviously know it really well. How do you feel if Matt writes some different lyrics and you stick them into the song?
I honestly think that's going to sound
That is bizarre.
Awesome. Okay, brilliant. You're quite big on YouTube, aren't you, Sapphire? You do really sad for...
I do singing on there, so yeah.
Let's just give that switch a squirt as well, just in case. It doesn't seem to have any volume on this one. And it was working fine.
And of course, Paige's driving test, which is my favourite.
I could not put my car into reverse because the examiner's leg was in the way.
Okay, if we start with that information, well, let's put our heads together.
Yeah.
And let's see if we can make a song.
So now we've got the situation where both amplifiers are distorting. Great. Great stuff. Brilliant. Oh, are we back? Are we back? Are we back? It says I've got an excellent connection. Let me just refresh everything a minute. You may be seeing me, but I can't see the chat at the moment. Oh, shush. Back. Hey! Sorry about that, people, but our internet just dropped out for some reason. We got gremlins in the system today, I think. Gremlins in the system. I am back. Yeah, my chat just froze. Oh dear. Well, we're back on, people. You can have a look up in the loft. Tony! Cheers, mate. Only just seen that one. Yeah, our internet went out, unfortunately, for some reason, so I've lost a lot of the chat. You think it's the flaky Abias pot? Doug! Welcome, Doug. We're struggling here, mate. Help required. Help required. Trade it in for a hacker, Sean says. Kaminda, someone's going to look in the loft next week. Come on here again. We'll have to ask you about them. You carry on, Kaminda. We're usually on here on a Sunday. Snow in Bedford? Oh, Bradford last week. Hacker Super Sovereign, can't beat it, Mike. Broken prints, use a hacker amp. I've not needed to take them out, Simon, because they've been working fine. -5 there. I know the feeling, Commander. So I think we, as I say, for some reason our internet crashed out. It does tend to do that when we get a bit of rain or something like that. Then yeah. So we're back. We're back again. Back in the room. I think we've discovered we're back. Control-Alt-Delete. Andy, how you doing? Andy Tobin. Just about to get. You're just about to get a new router from BT, Chris. Well, hopefully they can up your speed, mate, because I know you suffer up there, don't you? Well, okay. So the situation is, for some reason, we've got some weird things going on. This amplifier appears to be distorted, and this one is very quiet and distorted. So I'm just going to plug this one back in. I can't remember which way round I had it before. I mean, end of the day, as long as the was like that, we should be okay. Now we've got no output. I know why we got no output there, because I've got that one there and that one there. That should be down there. No, yeah. That should be there and that should be there. Right.
Who my sister marries. You can tell him that if you like. You needn't have hidden the lavatory half.
So we've got volume on this amp.
Mr. Kirillov, I know you are a serious man. I would like to go on record. I would like to say that I stand ready. I am absolutely prepared to offer my services.
Come on, Kirillov, I can't listen to this declaration of love.
It's distorted.
Everyone, mates. We all begin full of revolutionary fervor. We're going to set the world to rights.
Thinking about it right now. Now, if I were to say to you, what's your first car?
Why? Because we're a fallen race. Mad, demented, and vicious, almost beyond.
Okay, I think it's time to see if we can feed a signal into the thing and have a look at it on the scope. Something's distorting there. It could be the one of the two pots there that I've adjusted. But for some reason, the other amplifier that was working fine is now not working, so I don't know what's going on. Just put your old ADSL filter back in and your internet's working better than it has in a while. And those filters can go bad, Chris, but I would have thought it'd just work or not work. So is the chat still working, or has it gone quiet again? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Let me just check my internet here again. Yeah, I don't know why that dropped out like that, but it does happen sometimes when it gets wet. So I think water gets into the insulators and does something weird. But saying that, it wasn't our electric, it was our telephones. I don't know. It's all gone quiet. Are you still here? You're still there? Oh, there's a big lag in the chat now. Oh, there's loads of chat coming through now. Oh my. You're holding out for 5G. Couple lines of limiting the speed. Speaker issues. More beer will help, Bob. Hey, how you doing, Bob? It's working. It is working, Colin. It is, but it's distorted if you can hear it. I don't know if you can hear it through the...
God. Let me kiss you. Take off your hat.
It's definitely distorted, isn't it?
Well, it happens. You're fatter, not shorter. It's because I'm taller you look. What are you up to? Tramping the road at this hour of the morning.
Lisa!
Of course, Lisa. Entirely grown up. Are you running away from home? That nice red nose.
Let's,
He's blushing. Was that the wrong thing to ask? I haven't seen.
So we need an AF signal fed in via the volume pot, I think, don't we?
When I was a child. Have you forgotten me?
Let's see if I can find a lead. See if I can find a lead a minute.
It's like a comic.
Who needs more than 3 kilohertz bandwidth?
Is everything all right?
Oh, chat's working. All right, Colin. Yeah, got you.
To be honest, well, it is man's highest duty. I didn't see it well.
No, it's distorted, Daniel, unfortunately.
I thought, I wonder what it would be like to run away.
Just trying to find my my leads.
I'm so sorry to hear your trouble. Can you tell me about it?
Oh, it's a silly game I was playing with myself. My boots hurt. I'm hungry. Time to go home. So, tell me how you are. Tell me all your news. What a treat it is to see you.
I met your son in Switzerland, did he tell you?
We write to each other sometimes.
Now it is my turn, to be honest. I don't like him. I have to tell you that straight away, but probably what surprises me. Rich girl.
I'm going to try and work out how to get the...
About Nikolai and I are nonsense.
So I'll tell you what, I've touched that live terminal a couple times now, and if I hadn't insulated that, I'd have whacked myself there. Afternoon, Dids. How are you? I'm just down here at the moment messing about with the signal generator, trying to get it into modulating frequency, modulation at frequency. We want 1 kilohertz. Why won't it let me generate a frequency? Pardon me. What have I got set here that I shouldn't have? We don't want RX mod, we want it to come out here. I want to generate. Frequency. What's going on with this? All I want is to generate an audio signal out of here. Audio generation. Output. trying to think how I do this, because it's not very often I need to set this up for okay, we want FM 1 kilohertz. Mass meter generator. I can't remember how you get this thing into AF generation mode. I have done it before, but modulation. That's going up to there. That's modulation in, not out. External modulation in. I'll tell you what, this is a pain in the neck, this one, to work out sometimes. So it won't even let me change the frequency for some reason. So if I go 27 megahertz, oh, that's working now. So I want the generator on, double dots, so I've got to have that in relation to that. Yeah, so that's double. No. Amplitude 1 kilohertz. Let's go 1 microvolt. Well, I don't know what's going on here. I can't work out how to get my modulation on. Modulation frequency 1 kilohertz. Wow, it looks like my my test set does not want to do a 1 kilohertz tone. Why don't you want to do that? What connected for? Well, this is confusing. Anybody got any idea on this then? I'm trying to get my my test set to generate a 1 kilohertz tone, audio tone, modulation generator, generator 1 kilohertz. So I need to have it on generator mode. If I push generator, it's like, no, 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 you can't have it. So we can do a reset on this thing, which basically sets it back, but it should work. I really don't know why. A modulation frequency, we want 1 kilohertz. Let's put it on this side, really. That's RX mod. Perhaps we need to be in TX mode. We're transmitting, aren't we? So we just want a 1 kilohertz tone transmitted. Amplitude. Why are we doing this now? So you crazy thing. So generate 1 kilohertz tone. This should be on modulation level here. So modulation amplitude. It won't let me choose amplitude. Frequency 1 kilohertz. FM AM. How bizarre. I don't know why it won't let me choose amplitude for some reason. So it's at the moment it doesn't know what it's doing. Generator 1 kilohertz. That should be it. I should get a 1 kilohertz tone, allegedly. To modulate a carrier like that, surely you need the AF output if it has one. Yes, this is the output here, Simon, down the bottom. If I could go in under here. I mean, this set may not be capable of an AF, but I mean, I can generate audio into the mic output through here normally. This is modulation generator. So at the moment, I've got the modulation frequency up here set at 1K. But for some reason, the modulation is not coming up on here. I don't really know why. I can connect that onto the wiper and see what happens. Wrong test gear. This is AF output though. This is if I want to put an AF tone into a microphone to test the microphone output, I would put it in here. Because this is a modulation generator. Am I right? Or am I cracking up? Is it the wrong test gear? Hi Tim, how are you? It didn't. It was available as an extra, Tim. I've got one on the shelf here I can show you in a minute. It's a PS12, Tim. You'll modulate a carrier like that. Surely you need the AF output if it has one. Function generator. Oh, Amanda. Huge kiss. Good afternoon to you, Amanda. It's recommended recommended to me. We're just trying to work out if this test set will do audio generation. It must do. I'm just confused. Simon's saying I've got the wrong bit of kit. What's Chris saying? You need it in TX mode to enable the mod. Yeah, I've sorted that. It will if it will. Are you using the mod out connector? So I am using the mod out connector. I suppose we can listen on this, I suppose, can't we? Yeah, so I'm just connected up to my signal tracer and we've got a 1K tone. So I have got So that's a 1K tone, surely. I didn't think I was cracking up, but I may be wrong still, but... So should, in theory, be able to connect that up now to, where are we? I should be able to connect that up now across the volume pot, shouldn't I? One to the wiper and one to the ground side. Or should I do it via a capacitor? So this is the output here, basically. One millivolt. Let's turn that racket there off a minute. So I should be able to connect that. Let's get back to normality down here. So let's have a look which is the earthy side. God knows, obviously the wiper's in the middle. I could just connect it to the input of the amplifier, couldn't I, rather than messing about with the so I could connect it directly onto the amp. So let's just see if
He dropped me off at some mad old aunties from Monroe 15 years ago.
No, can't hear that for some reason. Definitely got audio there. Just connect it onto the volume pot then. Let's go in there with it. Let's try it on there. Okay. Just wonder whether I should be connected up via can you not transmit a modulated tone into the set? I can, but I think we were looking to just get a sine wave through the amplifier, but you know, this is an AF generator, so surely that should work. I don't know whether I should be connected up for a capacitor there though, just to block any DC. I think I should be really. So there is something. Where are we? I have got a cap here somewhere, but I'm buggered if I can find it when I need it. It's typical, isn't it? It's always the same. Always the same. When you need it, you cannot find it. It would be. Yeah, just trying to find a cap. I've got loads of them here, but as usual, none of them come to hand when you want them, do they? Let's just stick a 10 NF in then, because for some reason as I turned it off it got a lot louder, so careful, short it out and keep one away from that mains connection. Touch it on there a minute. Let's try that again. See, as I turn it off, it sort of maybe that signal's too big. So I'm just smelling. Something smelled fairly hot there, probably me on fire. So do we need to monitor okay. Why am I not able to monitor that with the scope then? Put it back on auto set. There's something weird going on here, and I still think there's something wrong with the wiring, but so if I probe there, I'm not sure why I'm not seeing a sine wave. I'm not seeing a sine wave. Hi Paul, how are you? Don't short out the amplifier, not sure if the output is ground referenced. So just use it without the so if I go across the speaker, Right, why can't I see that on my scope then? Well, I've got a sine wave. Mike, you're going to have to make a nice RF probe for all of us. Velleman kit. I know, Mike. It's on my to-do list, mate. It is on my to-do list. Thank you very much, Mike. It is on the to-do list, mate. Left over from Christmas. I've got a few things left over I've got to finish off from Christmas. One is... So I have got a tone there, but for some reason I can't pick it up, even if I go to where I've got it coming in there. I can't pick that tone up on the scope for some reason. I can't pick that sine wave up on the scope for some reason, although I can hear it. It's annoying. You recovering from COVID, Paul? No way! Very sorry to hear that, mate. Oh, I'll tell you what, there's more and more of us getting it, isn't it? I mean, you can hear it. I mean, I can turn it up loud, but still can't see it on the scope for some reason, Nick. I mean, I would have thought I'd be able to see it on the scope. I mean, I can put a pretty big signal into it. I mean, I can put a massive signal into it, but I just cannot see it. I cannot see it. So if I look at the scope, we can see where I've got my... I mean, at the moment, I'm just monitoring the signal coming into the amplifier. If I want to monitor one of the speaker terminals, say I want to go directly onto the speaker terminal. I don't know if... no. So if you look now, my scope is connected directly to one of the speaker terminals, and on the scope itself I'm getting nothing. It's nothing. It's no. It's nothing. It's a mystery. Let's just show you where I'm connected up with the I've got a capacitor. I'm feeding the signal into the wiper of the volume pot. I mean, what if I take that off? That goes a lot quieter then. So I'm grounding the SIG-gen to the chassis. So you can hear my 1K tone. I'm not getting it on that. If I swap to the other speaker terminal, still nothing. So if I hit auto set on the scope, Force the trigger, see if that does anything. No. Yeah, not sure there. Not sure there. Turn up the sensitivity on the scope. Speakers acting as a mic. Yeah, and I'm sorry to hear that though, Paul. I hope you get over it, mate. Probe on ×1. ×1. I should be getting a sine wave though, Nick, shouldn't I? I mean, I'm getting that, which just doesn't look right. It's not right there, is it? Dom, how are you? On night shift, snowing outside? Build a snowman, Dom. I'll go on this one. We'll have it all in the shot if we can. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I mean, I'm sticking a 1K audio tone into it. I'm going to put 1.8 millivolts into it at the moment. Stop the mic effect. Need a dummy load. Okay. We're going to have to get medieval on it then and get the Marconi output meter in as a dummy load, because that's the only thing I've got. So if these speakers are in parallel, see, I mean, that's turned off now. Yeah, I'm still getting the same pattern on there as if so these are 25 ohms. These the scope is connected across the speaker terminals. Well, no, it's not. So if I get out the Marconi output meter, I can connect that up to the speaker terminals. a couple clips, so we can eliminate the speakers from the equation, provided we don't short those out, Graham. Should short out. So 225 ohm impedance speakers in parallel. Do I connect them up as 25 ohms? Or do you half it for in parallel? Did you have both scope leads connected? No, I didn't, Rob. I tried it with one and it desensitized it quite a lot with both connected. So I just tried it with one in the end. Okay, so getting down here now, I've got my output meter in milliwatts connected. I just need to sort out what impedance. Let's just go on to this camera a minute. Let's get rid of some of these picture-in-pictures. So this is the Marconi meter. So I'm disconnected totally from the set now. So I'm connected up, well, I see that one's dropped off already. Look, one of the terminals is broken off. Look, just when you think it's safe to go back in the water, look, one of the terminals has pulled off the end. Great. So let me just reconnect that a minute. But that's the Marconi meter. I can get it to stand up. Even the camera's gone pear-shaped now. .5 ohms in parallel. It needs both leads connected. I tried that. So we can do that in a minute. So impedance selector. So times, what does it go up to? We got 6.5 there. Do that times 1 times 10. Oh, hang on, no, we got 12.5 there, haven't we? Got 12.5 times 1. So that's 12.5. Just need to cut this back now. This is never going to happen today, is it? We could be here till midnight trying to get this thing going. Right, let's just connect this up because this wire's pulled out. These lovely spade connectors, which are shocking. Okay. Right, that's that. So I can connect up my scope now. I can connect the scope up across these two, can't I? In theory. I'm not sure which one is which though. So I should be able to connect my scope up to there, shouldn't I? Like that maybe. Or is that going to cock it up? I don't know. As I say, you guys know a lot more about this stuff than I do. I don't profess to be an expert in this. So let me have a look. We're not shorted. This is now acting as our meter, as our speaker even. So if I turn it on now, Nothing. Oh, hang on, we got movement. Whoa! What was going on there? Whee! What's going on there? This has got a built-in dummy load on it. I mean, for some reason that was going mental then. You know, if I just advance that a bit, it absolutely floors it, look. And according to that, I'm not no, that can't be right. Well, 11 millivolts, yeah, that might be a bit much. Yeah, there's something not right there. There's something not right. You watch this. If I turn that volume up, I mean, that's on the 100 milliwatt scale. Put it on the 1 watt scale, and it just goes into overload. Something ain't right there. Okay. Okay, right, hang on. That is too much. Yeah, for some reason I can't understand why I'm not able to alter the output down. I can't alter the amplitude of it for some reason. Trouble is I can't hear it now either. Now I've got no nothing connected to it. You think it's discriminator alignment? The distortion could be discriminator alignment, George, definitely. Could well be right. But it was working fine, this is the thing, and I've not touched anything to do with the alignment. And we have got distortion on AM as well, George. Unless you're just on a wind-up again, I never know with you. We never know how to take you, George. This is a problem of your own making, that is. That's your own doing. Just never know what whether George is telling us porkies and on a wind-up, or whether he's actually telling us the truth. Let's just see if I can listen to the tone. No, so according to that, I'm putting out 2.4 millivolts at the moment. I mean, that looks a pretty horrible waveform if that is the case. That looks shocking as a waveform, doesn't it? I mean, what's your thoughts? I mean, according to that, we're on the 100 milliwatt scale, so we're looking about 50 milliwatts there. Output at the moment, and I've got 118 millivolts going out. I just can't vary the output for some reason. It is very distorted, isn't it? But I don't know why. It's big distortion. Oh, we did the quiescent current and midpoint voltage. But for some reason the other amp is no good at all. I mean, this shouldn't hopefully be getting hot. Transistors aren't getting hot. I can't hear that tone now though for some reason. Let me just see if I can hear the tone. Hang on, what is going on here? Yeah. I can't for some reason turn the output down. I don't know, it's a mystery. It's frustrating to watch. You're telling me. It just doesn't want to do it, does it? It doesn't want to play. I think the speaker's all right, George. Let's turn it off before we do any damage to the set anyway. Let's unhook all of this stuff for a minute. Yeah, any other ideas, anybody? George is on about wobulator and... Let me catch up with the chat a minute. What's up, Tony? Love and peace. What's going on? What's going on? Oh, the audio coupling cap needs to be bigger. 10 microfarads. It does 666 to appease the radio gods, Ninja. The speakers are fine. Not enough beers in the fridge to sort this out. I just don't know what's going on, Tony. I do not know what's going on. Everything was fine until I came and connected the thing up today, and now it's all like, don't want to work anymore. No work. Very, very strange and frustrating. All I wanted to do is put the thing back in the case, job done. But it ain't going to happen, is it? Ha, Tony, thanks, mate, anyway. Thanks very much. Sort that bugger out. stranger, George, isn't it? Just now, the other amp board that we took out originally worked fine. We determined that there's a problem with the switch, cleaned the switch worked fine, put that amp board back in, distortion, put the other one back in, and distortion and all. Time to test the test gear. The scope is near new, so that ain't going to be a problem, I don't think, Ninja. This is a good old reliable bit of kit. I mean, it's got a bit of a sticky meter on the bottom end, but it's a cracking bit of kit. Works fine. Flaky wiring, could be, Mike. Yeah, it is a dummy load. That is the whole idea. You're barking up the wrong tree there, George, for sure. So all we've done by using the output meters, we've disconnected the speakers from the situation altogether. So with this connected, there is no speakers in line, and we've got it set to 12.5 ohms, which is the impedance of the two speakers in parallel. So I think, unless we're missing something, George, I think you're barking up the wrong tree there. Give the amp some audio from another source. But we did that with the signal generator, Benji. That signal generator is giving out an AF signal at 1 kilohertz. The only thing that I can't work out what's going on is the amplitude, how to alter the amplitude, because it won't let me alter the amplitude of it for some reason. I don't really know why. Yeah, I don't know. My signal generator is in outer space now. It's saying, I don't like you anymore. Chat's all frozen up again now. It keeps doing this. The chat, it freezes, and then I get like about 10 to 20 messages all popping all in one hit. So I'm really not sure where to go with this next, to be honest. It's a real head scratcher. A real head scratcher. Now, you know, I hear what George says, that it could be that the discriminator is not set right in the radio. No, I haven't touched anything to do, pardon me, with FM alignment whatsoever. All we've done is replace the bad AF transistors in the thing. So we've not done any FM alignment, but it was working with that other amp. So we're getting near to waving this one goodbye yet again for another day, but it won't be next week. If we can't get this going now, then it's going to be put to rest for quite some time. Yeah, this is an audio generator as well, though. It's picking up my phone now. Oopsie, timber. I got a job to remember what camera I'm on now. Let's get this camera ear off of the scope for a minute, then. Let's regroup onto the bench. So the setup that we had there, we had the modulate pad, the output meter we were using as a dummy load in place of the speaker. I think we've sussed that now. I think George is with us on that now. So that was being used as a replacement for the speaker, and that is across, well, it was across the speaker leads. Just to take the speakers out of the equation, the signal we were getting on the scope looked shocking, and that was connected into the wiper of the volume pot via I think it's a, what is that, a 100 NF cap. But I mean, this signal generator will work as an AF generator. It's got to, because it's designed to put an audio signal into a microphone. So I hear what some people are saying, wrong piece of test gear. I don't think that's the case. I think it's probably is perfectly able to do the job, but I haven't got it set right. That's the issue. So say I did have 100 NF. Chris says it should have been more like 10 microfarads. Again, I haven't got a non-polarized 10 microfarad. So it's a complete mystery. It's a mystery. I don't know what to try next, to be fair. Which meter? I wasn't looking at the distortion on this meter, Simon. This is purely, just forget the reading on it. All that's showing me is the output from the amplifier. I'm not looking for distortion on that. I was looking for distortion on the scope, which did look bad. So George is saying to test the amp board independently, yeah. So I need to chuck minus 18 volts into the amp board, independent of the radio. Yeah, so that's all that was for, Simon. I was just using this as a dummy load, set at 12.5 ohms. And I was just measuring the output from the amplifier just to make sure we weren't going mental with it. You know, obviously if we went like shot over a watt, then we're likely to trash the amplifier. But yeah, I did have a very strange waveform on there. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. We could have a ground loop issue because I've rewired it. It could be a problem with the ground loop. Let's just disconnect all this then for a minute. Let's go back to ground zero, shall we? Disconnect the thing up again. I'm not fussing and stressing about the comments, Sean. I'm just listening to what people are saying. And I'm not really doing that good at the moment because I'm not really achieving anything. I'm not achieving a lot at the moment. So this rubbish speaker connector, we need to replace that. Let's just get one of these. Go on there. No, wrong size. There's two sizes of these little tiny ones. Ah. And Sod's Law says that I picked the wrong ones. Right, this should be the right ones. Oh, yeah. Whoa. That's the right ones, all right. They're really tight. So you've got really loose or really tight. So what I think we'll do is we'll, shall we crimp it or should we just solder it? We'll just solder it on. See if we can pull this pull this insulation off. Solder it straight on. Get on there, you little monster. So I'm just going to solder the spade connector on, because the other one just fell off, which probably could have been an issue as well. How's my beer doing? Still going. Good, right. Catch you soon, Keith. Hang on, where's my webcams all over the shop now because I pinched it for something else. Catch you soon, Keith. Have a good one, mate. Thanks for checking in. You'd have flung it out the window now. Yeah, it's tempting. It is tempting. Yeah, I mean, I just really wanted to get it back in the case today, Mike, and it has been working fine. It's typical, isn't it? You come on live and all of a sudden things that were working fine decide that they're not going to work anymore. So let me just connect these speaker wires up again. I'm not 100% given up yet. I'm going to connect it back up as per this drawing I've got of another one. So we're going to go with the right at the bottom, my nice new connector on. Tight. God, very tight. Might have to get a screwdriver in that one and just loosen it up a bit. No, it needs to be the double brown one on the top. Ow. Single brown one on the bottom. Double on the top. Okay. You know, maybe that scared it. Perhaps it's going to be so scared after I put all that power up it that it'll spring into life now.
and then really acted as the seamstress of the whole. So this is what I came up with. If you want to write a poem about Liverpool, then you really have to live there. And if you don't live there, then all you can do is ask the people that do, and they'll wish you luck.
That sounds fine.
Amidst the usual stereotypes, like we're all comedians, or the city's the working man's last bastion, the usual tabloid fodder, it's more diverse and complicated than that. Yes, humour, yes, resilience, yes, community, random conversations, and a river.
Do you think that it could have been that one, Broken, that I've just replaced? Could it have just been that?
Tell you to look up architecture, liver birds, Art Deco murals, graffiti, gargoyles, and then the warmth. It's dead, and but Carl Jung said Liverpool is the pool of life, and scouted.
Really?
I wanna feel you in my arms again.
Trevor Jordash is buried under the patio of 10 Brookside Close. And daytime karaoke, that's a thing in Liverpool, like the sunset at Albert Dock. In the city that faces outwards, where the cruise liners berth in the middle of town. And if you're lost...
You are joking. What? Have I just spent an hour assing about for a dodgy speaker connector? But you say that. This has got different connectors on this board. That sounds fine. Whatever has happened.
Of Mighty Wah, Pete Best, Half Man, Half Biscuit, Probe Records, Eric's, Gerard Manley, Hopkins, Bubble Perms, Tony, Beep Beep, the greatest collection of unique individuals and best potholes on the planet, Liverpool. The one thing which cannot be disputed is we don't give up easy. Cross the Mersey and see from a distance a total eclipse of the sun, and don't forget St. Luke's and the Hillsborough families. And no matter who you support, red
not
or
much
blue,
top end.
attack one, defend all, big hearts, passion, humour, long memories, together, stronger, all you need is love. And if you want to write a poem about Liverpool, whatever you write about Liverpool, one thing is for certain, you will always end up missing something or someone out. So, calm down.
It was great, that, Grace. Really was. Made me all homesick. Come over all homesick.
I almost said you'll always end up missing something or someone, Roger, out.
Yes, you have. You left a few out, but I won't go into that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my guest today, Murray Lackland Young.
Oh my God, it's working. Let's get it in the case quick, shall we? Before it stops working again. Shall we do that? Something loose. It could be, George. It could be. I'm just wondering what. Let's get the case in. I'm going to put the thing in the case. It'll probably stop working as soon as it goes in the case. Oh dear. Again, the speakers originally were wired up totally different to that. Let me just get it connected how that is. The original speakers were wired up totally different to that. Watch that exposed dial cord. I know, Doug. Doug knows to watch me with the dial cord. Okay. So there's no mains caps on it that I can get a zap with. It's a normal transformer. That's that. I'll tell you what, that's a hellish stiff connector now. Okay. Right, Mike. Don't ever give up trying. I don't like to give up, Mike. But sometimes things, you know, you go so far with it and you just need to clear your head. And it's not something that you can do on a live stream very often. Cheers, Tony. Catch you soon, mate. Thanks for joining us today, Tony, and for the super chat, mate. Much appreciated. Right, I'm just going to go and get the case. And I'm going to go to the loo at the same time, so don't listen. Okay, en route back. I don't know if Chris is still watching, but there she is. It's a bit dusty because it's been in I can't even fit it on the bench. It's huge. So there you go. So if you remember, the issue before was the corners, and it is nice, isn't it? So let's get to my pictures. And we'll just have a review of what this case was like before Chris sorted it for me. So if we go over to my screen, hopefully you're on that now. I can't check. Let me just come off of full screen a second. Let me just push F11. Just make sure I'm on the right screen. Okay. Let's go full screen again then. So this was the radio as it came in. As you can see, this front panel was hanging out. The corners are beaten to hell. So all this was mashed in on the corners. And strangely enough, this timber, when Chris stripped it back, is a totally different. This is not rosewood at all. This is just, I don't know, I think it's some sort of hardwood, but it's very light. I mean, the colour there, it's almost like pine. So this is rosewood veneer, and this is pine on these edges. So again, on the bottom corners, look, we had a big piece missing out of the grill. A strip of veneer had come off. That's the other corner. And that's the other corner. So basically all four corners were beaten to hell. So and here's the weird speaker connections. So with this one, look, we've got both of the speakers, both of the double wires connected to one speaker, and then both of the single wires going off to the other one, which was a bit strange. So I suppose I'll have to wire it back up like that. But yeah, you can see the state of the case before. It was in a bit of a shocking state. I mean, if I go in, if I just zoom in on that corner. So this is the before shot. And that's the after shot. So again, all of the corners is sorted. Will it focus? It's not going to focus now, is it? Come on, you silly camera. You going to focus? Yeah, okay. It's difficult to do that. I mean, a lot of it is done by hand. So, yeah, a lot of it is done by hand. That's a cracking job, isn't it? I mean, I've screwed this back in today and put the speakers back inside. So that's all screwed back in. So just a case of getting the chassis in it and having a look. So that's my lad Chris, who's got the GoFundMe, and thanks to everybody that has sponsored him so far. Because unfortunately his hobby is making things with his lathe, and he's also been making things for other people. So there's a few other jobs that he's done. If you remember, these brackets were all coming apart inside, so he's re-glued those and refixed them. So they're totally solid now. Right, I've got to try and work out now how to put the thing back together. So first of all, I'm trying to think how this was. So that was obviously There was lots and lots of screws and washers and everything missing off of this, so pretty sure the amplifier went in first. So both of those went onto those speakers. Thanks, Benji. Yeah, he's used some really fancy sort of varnish on this. I mean, you can see it's actually better. It's brought out the grain and the colour better than the finish that was on it before. The finish that was on it before was almost like a paint, especially on this front piece. Yeah, it was quite a dark, almost like a paint finish. Let me just get back to my pictures a minute. So we got brown first. So what we'll do is we'll connect this up first. Oh, hang on. Have I got this upside down? I've got those speakers on upside down, am I? Bum. Yeah, that's great, Graham. Excellent. So it's going to be brown on that one. So I'm going to have to swap this baffle board around again. Brown and red. And red where it says 25. So I'm not going to bother pulling that about today, but I will need to because it ain't right. God, I'll tell you what, that new connector is really tough compared to the other ones. Okay, what else have we got? We have got the power supply board. Now what have I done with that? I've just thrown it to one side. Trying not to knock any timber. Now that literally just screwed up in underneath. Going to screw the power supply in because that's I don't want that floating about really. If I can find where it goes in. Just there. Okay. Let's connect this one up. And the chassis. Bear with me, people. I can't look at the chat for a second. I'm just trying to hook this thing back up. One thing I have got to do is change the aerial. Again, I'm not going to mess about with that today. I'll just do that at my leisure at some stage. Oh, that's my heater mat from Amazon, just arrived by the sound of it. Hopefully you are on the right page. Yeah, are you with me? Okay, great. So I'm just going to pop my other plate on for the minute. Okay, but I'll get it that way a little bit. I've still got to come that way a little bit. I don't want to... Ah, there we are. It's a tight fit. Tight. Oh, that sits absolutely perfectly in the top now. Let's stick these on. I need new treble and bass knobs, but I've got those. Might as well go the whole hog and put the thing back properly. So the only thing I haven't done is the aerial. Should have done that really, but there you go. Another day for the aerial for me. Avon. It's the it's my heat mat for retro brighting. How are you supposed to get your fingers in there? Shall we try it? To the back panel, I'm going to have to find some more screws for that because let's put it so as it'll fit on the bench. Hopefully, fingers crossed. I've not even put a plug on the thing yet.
Pictures of Earth or for telecommunications. And with entrepreneur Elon Musk's reusable SpaceX rockets offering rides for just $1 million, the market is opening up.
In the FA Cup fourth round, Leicester City beat Brentford 3-1, Chelsea beat Luton 3-1 and Burnley beat Fulham 3-0. BBC News.
Now, Radio 4, another chance to hear File on 4, which investigates the underreported issue of sexual abuse of children by women, with experts and survivors discussing their experiences. Since the programme first aired earlier this week, the government has published its child sexual abuse strategy.
2 years I've had it, I think. And I bought a hammock for the outside. So I chill in my hammock, or I punch my bag. Yeah, it's all good therapy.
Could just end up on the telly or literally airing your dirty laundry. Literally. Well, we want to know, what would you do if you were doing an interview over video call and the interviewer saw a part of you that you wished?
She'd known her abuser since she was 7. Her parents were divorced and her dad,
it's got a fair bit of volume,
worked away along.
very nice tone.
Was 15 by then. Debbie, who was 27, became a regular visitor. First, she was her dad's drinking buddy.
There you are.
Gradually, her focus
oh my
turned to
God,
cats.
it actually
Barry Home
works.
back then was like a youth centre cat says.
What a runaround that's given me today. I mean, look at the reflection there.
More like when she was much younger, and she had Debbie's attention to herself.
I wanted to feel that little special connection with her, like a family bond. So I tried explaining to her that I wanted to just be a little bit more special to her. So it was at that point then, when she tried to kiss me, I pulled back and was like, what are you doing? And she was like, well, kiss me then. I said, no, I don't mean like that. And then from that point then, it just got worse and worse and worse. And, you know, basically, if I wanted her in my life, I had to give her what she wanted. And at this point, I was excited to have her back in my life, but then thinking, this is not what I wanted.
Well, it sounds the same as an Atlantis. It's a very mellow tone. Like Benji said, there's not a massive amount of treble in there, but it's how I like to listen to radio, really, to be fair. And back in 1966, they didn't have all the compression and rubbish that we've got on our radios these days. So it's definitely got a much deeper sound than the portable version. This is the tabletop version of the Atlantis. I should have changed that aerial over first, really, but I forgot to, so I'll have to do that again at a later date. But yeah, it does sound really, really good.
Cat's life. Her dad thought Debbie was helping out with his teenage daughter. She was the trusted adult the school would...
This poses the question.
Right, the moment. Yes, it's me, Paul O'Grady, and I'm down here in Kent, and I'm not in my back bedroom today because of the weather. It's a bit noisy. So today I'm in the shed. The glamour of it all. Are you there, Malcolm?
I am. This is very exciting.
Let's get that out of the way.
This is Shed Radio.
Shed. I can't believe it. And I'll tell you something else, it's freezing.
Oh, no.
Paul O'Grady.
Oh, well, never mind. Needs must stay in the devil drives. So, yeah, I've had to adapt. But, yeah, no, it's quite pleasant, actually. Apart from the cold. I've got me coat.
What's your view?
Mud.
Cheers, Georgie.
Fields. More mud. Fields. Couple of wet sheep looking miserable as sin. A load of crows. Ash dye back in the woods. Mud.
Perfect. I think you've summed it up for us.
I should be staring out of the window, and it should be shot monochrome, like quite harsh monochrome, this, with a tap dripping in the background.
You know, you can't really listen to a radio properly until you've got it back in the case, because the case does make an awful lot of difference to what the radio sounds like. But that does sound really good. You've got plenty of wood. I think with something like this, George, it's as valuable as someone wants to pay for it, isn't it? It's as much as someone wants to pay for it. Now, I paid more for it than I would for a radio normally, and I did do a bit of negotiating with the guy to get it at a fairly reasonable cost. Because you've got to assume that it's not working and it's going to need a lot of work, which was definitely the case. I mean, you know, not only have you got the value of the thing, but you've got the amount of work and restoration that's gone into it to consider as well. So it really is as much as someone wants to pay for it. And I mean, if someone made me a ridiculous offer for it, then I would let it go. You know, I do get attached to these radios, but you know, if there's a collector out there that really, really needs that in their collection, then, you know. So just catching up with the chat. Chris has got plenty of wood knocking about. 3 goats, 3 groats and a parsnip. 3 goats and 1 nun. Theo, how you doing, mate? Sorry, mate, I didn't see you pop in. It will look nice in Mrs. Cruncher's front room. Can you send her a message and tell her that? Because I think she'll have different things to say about that. I mean, I'm sure she'll absolutely love it when she sees it. In fact, I think it's time to get into some religious beer. And we're going to go with the Bishop's Tipple. where we contemplate the journey that I've had with this blimmin' thing. Right, let me just sort out where we are here. Stephen Dunn's birthday today. Stephen, happy birthday, mate. So as you know, my lad Chris has done this for me, done this case. We had a bit of discussion, we had a bit of a to and fro in, and you know, I'm a tough customer to deal with, really, aren't I, Chris? But he's made a lot of lovely stuff, Chris has. He's made some stuff for you guys as well. Sean's just popped in a donation, so I'll pop that across later on behalf of Chris, for Chris on behalf of Sean. So thank you, Sean, for that. I'm just trying to find the link to his Just Giving page. We'll get there. It doesn't like multitasking, this computer, for some reason. And it didn't let me share the link last time. Let's see if it'll let me share it this time. So if anyone would like to help Chris sort out his new lathe, so let's go to the screen. And this is Chris's GoFundMe, and he's already got £200 of his £600 goal. He's put a nice little write-up there as well. He'll love me showing you this. You know, this is it. Unfortunately, when father's on YouTube, you've got to put up with it. So that's Chris's little write-up. As I say, he has helped me out on this. I'll tell you what he has done as well, which I can show you in a minute. A sneak preview for you. He's refinished the rosewood sides for the rare Sovereign 3 that I've got. Because two of these radios pretty much come in on the bump. There was the Sovereign 3 with the rosewood sides on it. I think it's RP722, is it? I can't remember, it's down there, but I can't get it at the moment because the lights are in the way. So yeah, Rob Cross very kindly donated for us. So thank you very much, Rob. I've done a couple there because I put some more in for his birthday as well. So yeah, he's nearly there, people. He's a third of the way there. A third of the way there. So anyway, that's enough of that. We'll get rid of that, Chris, because he's cringing at the moment. Mike, hang on, there's something from Mike. I'm way behind with the chat at the moment. You're going to make Mrs. Demon her dinner. Cheers, Mike, if you're not already gone, mate. Apologies for that. I didn't see that pop up. I was too busy yapping. Thanks again, Mike, if you're still there. You're welcome, Chris. You're a good lad. You do a good job. Always willing to help, which is great. I've got to talk to you about painting the house yet. I haven't talked to you about that, have I? That's the next job. You know, if you're into painting wood, it's no different than painting walls, is it, really? You could donate an R606. Well, you could donate an R606, George. You can send it on to me. I'll restore it, and we'll auction it off or something if you want. Somehow, I don't know how we could do that. I don't know how we could auction something like that off, but you know, we could do. And no, whoever said, "Is this the next giveaway?" No, it's not. So there you go, Chris. Good luck with the GoFundMe. Hopefully you'll get to your goal. If not, at least you'll get a fair way there, and it'll lighten the burden. Because unfortunately, Chris's car has just badly failed the MOT as well. So he needs a new car as well now. The aerial, Daniel, the very tip of it is snapped off. Just the very, very top section. So what I was going to do, I was going to... can I pull it up? No, I can't for the minute. But yeah, the very top section has lost its top, Daniel. So what I was going to do is just pull it up. I've got some very, very fine, very small threaded tap and dies, or taps, dies up there even. I've got some very small dies, so I was just going to tap a new thread on the top of it and then put a new top on it on the aerial. But I have got a couple of these radios here, so I'm just going to pinch the aerial out for another one for now. And the miracle's been worked, Dave. I know, it was a bit of a head scratcher, wasn't it? Well, you're not allowed to ask any money for any giveaway. It has to be completely free. Yeah, all right, George. I mean, I've got a website as well, people, so I can chuck it on the website. And I don't know if I can... How can I do it? I can put it on eBay, or I can put it on my website and try and work something out. We'll work something out anyway. It needs to be a BMW, really. He started off his very first car. I bought him a BMW. That's right, Chris, isn't it? I think. I'm sure I bought you a BMW. I think it lasted quite a while. I think it was probably his favourite car. It was a lovely motor, but I think it got to the stage again, like all these old cars. If you buy an old car, unfortunately, they take a bit of sorting. You know, they're a money pit, really. You're on 2,500 subs, George, are you? Whoa. I've still got to do my 3,000 sub giveaway radio yet, but I cannot for the life of me find my staple gun. We have literally looked everywhere. Me and Mrs. Cruncher the other day, we went through everything trying to find my staple gun. Because what I want to do, I want to stretch the vinyl, I want to warm it up, stretch it, staple it, and then glue it and staple it. So... yeah, as I say, we don't need to do it on YouTube. There's nothing to stop us announcing it on YouTube, as long as we don't actually physically do it on YouTube. But at the end of the day, I mean, if anyone wants to just make a donation to that GoFundMe that I printed there, then just do it on that. It's probably a lot easier. Yeah, George is keeping us on the straight and narrow. That's unusual, Theo, isn't it? There's got to be a catch in it if George is trying to tell us the rules. Hi, Nigel, how are you? Yeah. As I say, I stopped doing the photography work because of how dodgy it is in today's environment. I mean, end of the day, it involved getting in people's cars, sitting in their cars, taking photos of the dash, lifting the bonnet, the boot. It was just too risky, so I had to knock it on the head. I haven't done it since last March. So I've been pretty much out of work since last March. All I've been doing really is the radio work. That's it. I've been surviving on that. So yes. So you can, if you want, Nigel, if you've got PayPal, you can donate via PayPal. You can set up something monthly, or you can just do a one-off. It doesn't have. I'm not looking for loads of money from people. No, don't get me wrong. I'm not looking for handouts, but it's just anything that people provide, I can put back into the channel, and it just helps me with stuff like consumables and bits and pieces, and buying old radios to fix up. Really, you've seen me buy lots of job lots, and I've got loads of radios coming up soon. Including, I've got probably half a dozen Volve radios lined up. So, and the other way you can contribute on a regular basis, and I've got some new Patreons at the moment, is via my Patreon account. And I've got to thank my latest Patreons, very generous, and two out of three of, no, all three of them are from foreign lands. So thank you very much for your help, and I will make sure that I give back to my Patreons, and they will get videos and little clips and bits and pieces that will be exclusive just to them. Really, of my day-to-day goings on the bench, really what I'm up to. I say I put some footage of me powering up the Dynatron for the first time last week. You thought I'd lost weight? Yeah, it's one of those things. You know, at the end of the day, I get a little bit of income from YouTube. I've got I'm a sort of semi-retired, so I've got a part pension from my company that I worked for 30 odd years. And obviously we've got Mrs. Cruncher. I've had to send Mrs. Cruncher out to work to help. Oh dear. Special Agent, yeah, George, and his Russian hat was good. So yeah, I mean, I'm hoping for this vaccination. Whether the vaccination is going to be a game changer and it means we can all go back to doing what we were doing, I don't know. End of the day, if we're all vaccinated and I'm safe, then I can look at maybe starting up some of the photography work again. But at the moment, I can't. Can I put the paper up? Yeah, no problem, Nigel. So it's paypal.me/Radiocruncher. And it is on my homepage on YouTube as well. Yeah, I'm so skinny, Theo. I can hardly move. Oh dear, I tell you what, they put me on some new tablets at the doctor's. Oh dear. I'm sort of getting used to them now, but they've knocked me for six a little bit. It's supposed to help get rid of sugar from my my system, but I don't know. I think half my body's coming out, not just the sugar. Yeah, apparently it's some sort of COVID thing. They're trying to get everybody as best as they can get them. You got that now, Nigel? I'll take that out. Look, don't want that on for too long. So I've got a couple things coming up. If you remember the R707 that I restored over Christmas, I got it back together, and lo and behold, the shortwave stopped working on it. It probably work. It'll probably work when I get it back up and running again. But for some reason, it works perfectly except shortwave. So I've sent Mrs. Cruncher up chimneys to sweep him out. So yeah, I've got to sort the R707 out. That's got to be done. There's a counter that needs to be done pretty quick. That's doing some strange stuff. It's very weak on FM, I think. So I've got an issue with the IF on it. So I've been messing about with that. I've also got to put Georgie's SW55 back together. I've fixed it, but I just haven't got round to putting it back together. I might wake up with hairy palms and a monkey's backside. Yeah, I might wake up without them, you mean, Dids? I've got the hairy hands and I've got the monkey's backside already, so maybe I'll lose them. Very good. So yeah, I mean, the vaccine might mean that it's safer to go back doing sort of something like that. It's just such an enclosed area in a car. It just wasn't safe for me to do it. Be good to meet up at the NVCF 2022. Have they cancelled it now for this year? Sean, I can't remember. Can I see? Oh yes, okay, yeah. Apologies for that. I did say I'd do that, didn't I? Let me just get my picture in picture. See if I can find that for you a minute. They did two. They did a PS12 and a PS9. There's a PS9. That's the PS9. Let me see if I got the PS12 up here. Is that it there? There he is. It's coming. It's all tangled up in everything here, as are most things. Seem to be connected up with some microphone plugs. We've got to do a bit more CB radio stuff as well soon. Okay, let's very carefully move this one back a bit. I'll stick the cameras down for you. So these are rare as rocking horse poo. So we've got PS12, and they're saying they're battery eliminators. So one is 9 volt for something like an R600. I've restored both of these. Both have been restored. So you've just got your jack plug on one end and obviously a 3-pin plug. That one's been renewed by me. And this is the 12 volt one, the PS12. As I say, unfortunately, I don't think, well, you can get them obviously because I got these, but so it's quite a long jack plug on them. There's not a lot inside them though, to be fair. You know, I've put a new 3-pin plug on that. So I've restored both of these. I don't know if I did these on video or not. But one of these had a really, this one here, I think that's really shiny. I had to fix some cracks in it and hot weld them back together and glue them, because it basically got beaten to hell in the post. And I have got, I wonder what voltage the innards of one that someone has repurposed for something else, apparently. Let me see if I can find that a minute. still here. That's where it's gone up in the loft. There's the bottom of it. Here's the other half of it. Ah, there we go. It's very old, so it's definitely linear, and I believe that's what it's like inside, because I bought this as a job lot of something, and someone said that's the board that's inside one of these Roberts power supplies. I don't know what those bits are for, but yeah, it just came to me like that. Someone had recased it, I think. So to be honest, Tim, it probably wouldn't be that difficult to build something like that. It probably wouldn't be that difficult to build something like that. It's obviously a transformer. We got voltage regulator there, probably. Filter cap. Bridge rectifier. Couple resistors. And just a normal cap. Is that... I don't know. As I say, this one looked like it had been used to control a train or something. Because someone had soldered some different ends on it. I can't remember what this one did actually. I think it was 9 volts off the top of my head, but I'm not 100% sure. It's a bit short to plug in, really. I'll plug it in and we'll just have a look at what this one's doing. But if this one's 12 volts, Tim, I might be able to let you have that one. So I'm going to plug it in down there, safely out of the way. And put it on the floor. Excuse me. No worries, Tim, but that's what you want to look out for. Sometimes you can buy these. I mean, I bought that one with a radio. That actually came with a Roberts R707. So let's just have a look at this one. So this is my output. Just get a couple of clip leads. Don't know which one's which. Didn't have any voltage on it. Okay, so they're clearly the wrong way round anyway. I think this was 9 volts, but it might not be. So let's wind it up to well, it's chucking out about 10.5 volts. So under load, that's going to be 9 volts, isn't it? Pretty much. Chris is off. Which Chris? Cheers, Chris. Have a good one, mate. Or son. Son, mate, same thing. Thanks, Nigel. Yeah, I think what it is, I've got everything in my pocket. It's the connection again. I need to get the connection off and have another look. So yeah, that's pretty basic power supply. I don't think that's a regulator in there. I think it's just a transistor. Whether it's I don't think it's a regulated power supply, you know. Yeah, I don't think they're regulated. But let's pull one apart, shall we? Being we're here, what is it, 5:30? We've got a little bit of time. Mrs. Cruncher's pretty good on a Sunday. She lets me do pretty much what I want. She just has a bit of a chill out day. Actually, what we could do is plug the 9-volt one in, look, and monitor the output of that a minute. There's no switch on these, they're literally in the socket and on, you know. The trouble is with this Variac, it comes on with a fair old whack, if you know what I mean. So it says center pin negative. Eight volts, let's get it up to 240. So 240, offload. It's 9 volts, it must be regulated, that one, that 8.98. So let's pop the 12-volt one apart a minute and have a look and see what's inside it. For people that haven't seen these before. So there's 4 screws in the corners. As I say, I have had to repair this one and glue it all back together, so be careful. I'm surprised that nobody's actually started making these old power supplies for old radios, because I get asked an awful lot on email if I can fix a radio for somebody and can I sort them out a mains supply for it, and I'm always saying no, I can't, because they don't make a mains supply for it and you can't plug them into the mains, and I'm not into sticking transformers inside radios and messing with them like that, cutting holes in them. So this is definitely what you need to look out for, Tim, anyway, a PS12, if you can get one. As I say, I've only ever seen this one. I've never seen another one. I've seen plenty of the PS9s about. These are a little bit more common. The PS12 is pretty rare. Okay, let's just get this. So you can see it. So that is very similar, isn't it? I mean, obviously this is a 9-volt one, but is it similar? It's not really, is it? Irish dancing. Catch you later, Dom. Thanks for joining me, mate. No, it's a different grommet, one either end. So that's the output and the inputs that side. Ninja. Just trying to get it so as you can view it a bit better, really. How's that? It's not going to stay there, is it? So, I mean, I don't know anything. Mr. Spires is the man for the power supplies. He's the man. So you can see I've replaced the caps in this. Looks like I've replaced this resistor as well. So whether that resistor has gone a bit high, I don't know. Rest of it's as standard. We've got a diode in this one. So there's a bit of rectification in here, I expect. We've got a pot to adjust the output. A bridge rectifier. Some Muller tropical fish caps. 400 milliamp fuse, let's say as our mains transformer, and we got a couple transistors. That looks like a power transistor. I can't see what value that is. Let's have a look. Looks like a BD something. It's a BD 131, and this is a BC 548. And that looks like a Zener down there. Yeah, is it 6V8 possibly? I can't quite see. It's on the side. I can't really see it. So yeah, it can't be that difficult to make one of these. It can't be. I mean, you can get a nice little project box, I suspect. That's a very similar size to that. But that is the insides of a Roberts PS12. And I think the chat's frozen again. So there you go, Tim. But it does look a very similar sort of looking board to that, doesn't it, really? Similar footprint. I mean, we could take the 9-volt one apart, see if it's the same as that, but I don't think it is now, looking at that. I think these are a little bit more complex than that. See if I can get the thing back in its box now, Tim. I took it out of its box. It didn't like unboxing. I thought I'd done that in a video, but I may not have done. No worries, Tim. So you need to snap it up quick, though. It's Oh, hello, I've lost one of my rubber feet. Yeah, don't dilly-dally because someone else will beat you to it. They are really rare. As I say, I had to buy a radio to get mine. So I paid a lot more than I would for the radio just to get this. And then, lo and behold, it arrived beaten up. And I had to do all sorts. I'm sure it was this one that's beaten up. I had to do a lot of repair work on the actual case. I didn't actually look at that, but... There you are. So Robert's PS12, a battery eliminator, allegedly. Sounded like Big Clive then, didn't I? Yeah, you'll have to draw us out a little circuit, Nick. And well, in fact, that's something for you to do, Nick, isn't it? Really, because I know you're looking for bits and pieces to do at the moment. That'd be a good little job for you to make up a power supply board, and if anybody can do a PCB layout for it. If someone could do a PCB layout and upload a Gerber file for us, then we could all get boards printed out by something like PCB Way. We could all make our own power supplies, because those transformers, they're not a lot to them, is there? That ain't a high power transformer. That's a piddly little thing, but more than enough to run a radio with. Let's put those to bed now then. See, as I say, that just came with a load of junk, really. I'm sure I could put a variable resistor on that somewhere to trim it back to 9 volts. I'm really not sure what output the transformer is. But yeah, that's something that's been taken out of something else and just used, repurposed and put in this little box. Jess, how you doing, mate? You had thunderstorm down there, did you? Massive hailstorms. Yeah, so there's a project for you, Nick. If you could design a board, and maybe someone like Rob or Chris or someone who's okay with the PCB package thing, software, could make us up a Gerber file for it. I suppose we'd have to try and sort of prototype it to start with. I'm sure these transformers like this are not expensive at all. Yeah. So there we are, back on the TRV15, Jess, if you missed it. So there's a project for somebody anyway. With post-it notes and with bits and pieces I've got to order. I take it you need a 7812 for the 12 and a 7809 for the 9 volt. It's just converting the PCB, the schematic, into a Gerber file for the PCB layout, isn't it? I mean, there might even already be one on PCBWay. Has anybody checked that? Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Anyone done any more? No more on Chris's lathe fund. Jim's messaged me apparently. I don't know who Jim is. So we want a PCBWay. So we want, where is it? Where is the sign in? Let me sign in. My communities, PCBWay community is what you need. I'm trying to think how you get to it now. Shared projects, is that it? Shared projects. How do you get into the PCBWay shared projects bit? I do find this quite difficult to navigate around this site. In the that's my account. Specials, PCBWay rewards, shared projects. No. PCB instant quote, coupons. Ah, where are that? Where is it? Help center. Shared projects. Here we go. Here we go. So we should. Power supply. Are we on my screen? Apologies if we're not. Yeah, we are. Power supply. It's all switch mode stuff, isn't it? We want a linear power supply. I'm sure there's a way you can search on this. Search, here we go. So let's go for 12 volt linear supply. Nothing. Linear supply. What's this one then? Oh, that looks The input voltages have to already be rectified. Okay, so this is a six outputs. So that's really that's more of an add-on board for an existing transformer board. So that ain't what we're looking for really. Wireless power supply. No, there's a 5 amp linear supply there. There's lots of switch modes. A DC power supply there, but that looks like a switch mode transformer in there. 30 volt 4 amp adjustable power supply. Commodore 64 power supply again. Digitally controlled power supply for tube amplifier. What's this? 12 volt battery charging control. 5 amp variable power supply. That looks to have got a transformer in it. What's that one then? That's got a transformer. A 5 amp power supply, that would be more than enough. I mean, that's not a bad little board, is it? There's no bill of materials. That's the only thing. Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice little board by the looks of it, but there's no bill of materials, and I don't think it's written on the board. And obviously we've got our transformer. And is that a fuse? U1? Yeah, that's the only thing with that one. It's got no list of materials. Whether you could, I'm sure if we were to email the guy and ask him for them, then let's just have a look at another one then. Well, it does say switch mode power supply. Didn't look like a switch mode. We don't want a switch mode power supply, do we? We just want a linear power supply. No, I don't think there's anything there. So again, it would be a great little project if someone could do that. Derek, thank you, mate. Sorry, I was off on one again, wasn't I? Yeah, I know what you're saying, Ninja, but it would be nice, wouldn't it, for people that are lesser able to do stuff like that, to just have a proper circuit board that they can just put all their components on, solder them up, and away they go, without having to do point-to-point wiring, that sort of thing. got to keep me going. Just adapt an existing available power supply. The problem is, Theo, is probably on FM it wouldn't matter too much, but maybe on AM it might pose a problem. I don't know. End of the day, if you've got a fairly good filter cap on it, it should be smooth enough. I have somewhere picked up. I've got somewhere here because I did have a little project in mind. Somewhere here I've bought a transformer, which I think I was going to build myself a hacker power supply at one stage. Yeah, there it is. So yeah, I was going to build myself a hacker power supply, so I bought this this transformer here. I was going to make myself up a board and do it myself, but I say I'm not au fait with the software. So this has got two 12-volt outputs. So if you add them together, it's basically 24 volts, and that could be regulated down to 12 or 18. We've got 12 straight off. By the time it's gone through a rectifier, that would be more than 12. So you need to regulate it down. So yeah, that's a fairly hefty transformer, 50 volt amps. But yeah, that's probably similar. It's probably actually bigger. This is overkill, really. But I was trying to not replicate, but make a bench supply to replace one of these, really. This is the famous Hacker VP408, which has got various voltages on the back. You can get it from 6 to 18, which is all well and good, but you know, you've got that connector on the end of it, which is not ideal. But yeah, that was the idea, was to have a nice lumpy transformer in a fairly big case and make myself up a variable sort of power supply from that for running Volv radios. Not Volv, transistor radios. Fool. And my cases for the you remember me saying, I think it was last week or the week before, I was going to make a power supply for the Commodore 64. Well, this is the boxes that I bought in to make that with. I don't know whether that would fit. It would fit in that way. I don't think it would that way. Yeah, that's probably a bit too big for there. But you know, you can. It would fit in there. To be fair, it would fit in there. But yeah, that's a bit. That's overkill for what you need. But I bought these boxes for the Commodore 64 power supply that I'm building, and this is the board with the transformer on it, and it fits in there absolutely perfect, and all the holes line up with the circuit board as well. So I've really fell on my feet with that. So that's a future project. Again, another future project. Commodore 64 power supply. So yeah, I'm looking forward to building that. As I say, CPC is where I got these from, and I don't know if they've got any of those left. But you can mount them on a wall, or you can stick them up, up underneath the shelf, or just stand it on the bench. Nice. So yeah, that's an up-and-coming project in the very near future. So you built a very basic DC power supply using a small transformer plus basic filter and then drop a resistor, and the old AM transistor radio worked okay. Used a bridge rectifier. Yeah, that would be fine, Theo, wouldn't it? Derek's saying that's the type Roberts used with the Audio Pack's power supply. Sean's making chili con carne, and Harvey's saying to look at my email. Raw mail collection. Hi Simon, do switch mode power supplies cause problems? Yes, they do. They do cause a lot of problems on medium wave, long wave and short wave, Simon. They just totally swamp the bands, mate. I think if you get a really, really well filtered one, it would be okay, but most of the sort of switch plug top ones absolutely annihilate it. Really shocking. You know, I've got a box that I bought up in the loft of 9-volt alleged Roberts radio power supplies, and they would work on FM, but anything else, they were shocking. Really, really bad. All right, yeah. So Harvey just sent me a circuit diagram here of one that I think it was Mark Hennessy reverse engineered, the VP408. Yes, it is. Here we go. So let's just get rid of my picture-in-picture. Let's share the screen. So this is a VP408 reverse engineered. Hopefully that's on the screen. Yeah. I found this has differed a little bit from the ones that I've had, but not far off. It doesn't say what the transformer is or the output of the transformer. It's saying 23 to 2 watts offload. I'm not sure what that says. So basically it'll do 7 to 19 volts with 10k pot on it. So yeah, if someone could come up with a board layout for that, a Gerber file, we could send it off to PCBWay if we got a board mounted transformer, because these board mounted transformers are really, really neat. There's no messing about with wires. There's literally everything is wired straight in. It was soldered straight onto the board. So yeah, generic bridge rectifier. You need to specify a transformer that will cope with sort of, I don't know, what would you need? I mean, none of these sets are going to draw more than an amp, really, are they? So if you had a transformer that was capable of driving 1 amp on the output side, that'll probably be more than enough, unless there was a problem and a short. But then you should have a fuse in here somewhere. Yeah, there's a fuse up there, look, 800 milliamp. So thanks for that, Harvey. Cheers for that, Harvey. I have seen this before. I've got it saved somewhere. But yeah, this is basically the VP408 hacker supply that I showed you just now. They fetch ridiculous money on eBay. I mean, I've seen them go for 60 odd quid. They go for far more than the radios do. If you can buy a radio with one, I think George says he's just bought one with a radio. That's a way to get them, really. And sell the radio on to help pay for your power supply. Welcome, Simon, by the way. I didn't see you pop in there, mate. A crowbar shunt. See, something you can probably draw up, Les. Probably something Les can draw for us. I'm sure most of you here could do that. I can't. I would have to learn the software, and I'm not into designing power supplies. Simon's the man, Mr. Spires, but he's disappeared. I've got a board up here somewhere that my brother gave me as a kit, which is basically a regulator output from a transformer, and that would be easy enough to build into a case. You know, something like that, just a basic little case would be more than enough to hold a small transformer. You know, as long as you get the footprint right. It's one of those things, really, to do it properly, you'd need to sort out what materials you were going to use, sort the layout of them, especially the transformer. As I say, that's the key thing. This one is over the top, and I think I might have done this one for one of those battery eliminators. I'm sure that I was looking at one of the projects to build on the Vintage Radio forum. Again, if that's something you want to have a quick look at. You're currently using KiCad for PCB designs. You hate it. You can draw us one, Ninja. Google the datasheet for 78 series linear regulator chip. It's all on there. Okay, so let's I think it's vintage radio.co.uk. Okay, so if we go back onto my screen yet again, I seem to have spent a lot of time on my screen today. Let me just double check that we're okay. Yeah, okay. Vintage-radio.com. This is a very, very useful page. I mean, you've got the main forums. I've gone on for years about the Vintage Radio forum. Well, the discussion forums are here. Service data, instant downloads, repair and restoration information. There's some great information in here. But down here we've got projects to build. So if you click on that, I think this is what I was trying to make, power supply for valve radios. Or it could have been capacitor reformer. But there's a circuit in there for an RF signal generator, output meter, lamp limiter. But I think this might have been the one that I was looking to build, maybe. Power supply, I think it might have been this. I wonder if that's what that supply was for. So this one's got two 15 volts. You can download higher resolution copies. So yeah, I definitely had this on my radar to make one of these. So 90 volt and 1.5 volt. Yeah, maybe I got the wrong supply then, because this is a 012 That shows a 015 0. .12 volt amp. Well, this is 50 volt amp. This is mentally big. Modifications. I seem to think it was something around here. The artwork files. PSU PCB zip. Okay. Apologies for that. I don't know how long I've had no sound for. You need to state the values you need for a PSU, otherwise we're just wasting our time. So the bottom half of the diagram with the 317 would do for a radio supply. It probably would. You need to state the values you need for a PSU, otherwise we're just wasting our time. I mean, there's not many different ones that we would use for a radio, really, Harvey. I mean, 9 volt is a very common one for a lot of the Roberts radios. Hacker 18 volts, and 12 volts for like the Roberts R707, so probably only 9, 12 and 18 would cover most things, Harvey. I think Harvey was just referring to that diagram I put up, Nick. Yeah, it's, you're probably right, Doug. I mean, if I pull my wireless mic out of my pocket, you'll need to tell me, but I think it's this one again. Because it's in the pocket, it gets knocked over. So if I move that, I can see on the screen that the volume is going up just touching that. So yeah, it looks like I'm going to have to get in on this plug again. Just cut another little bit of wire off and solder it back on again. So yeah, that's all it is. It's a Rode wireless mic pack. The other half of it sits up on top of the camera up there. It's a wonderful bit of kit, but this is its weak point really, and I've had to replace this plug once. This is a brand new plug that I put on. But there you are. Yeah, 9, 12 and 18, definitely. That's the 3 voltages. Yeah, I thought it was. I mean, I've got it on the bench there now, Doug, because I'm just about to wrap up now, but I'm going to need to pull that mic plug out yet again, aren't I? And have a go at it. Limp cordage. Yeah, I mean the original Rode plug was better than this one, but it was, you couldn't get into it to fix it. It was totally sealed, a molded construction. So yeah, 9, 12 and 18 would be the three voltages we'd need for radios. I think if you have a variable one, it could cause problems because you could forget to switch it. So I think you know, you'd probably need 3 supplies, wouldn't you? Unless you've got some way of making 100% sure you didn't sort of stick 18 volts on your 9-volt radio. So I'm pretty much done for today, people. I've drunk my 2nd bottle of beer. Mrs. Cruncher will be downstairs now, so 78 series is cheaper than a 317. So yeah, I mean, you've got my email, people. If anybody has got any ideas on that or want to progress that any further, then by all means drop me an email. If you've got a Gerber file with a board, a linear power supply board, it's basic, isn't it? I mean, I could do a schematic for one, but I couldn't convert it to a Gerber file. My hair needs sorting, look. The state of it here. Oh dear. (7809 7812 7818). Yeah. Hi Rich, how are you? Going late. Catch up later. No worries, mate. So thanks everyone for today. It's been a good stream. I've struggled a little bit there with that blimmin' radio going bonkers. I do not know what was going on there. I really do not know what was going on. It may have just been something simple like that lead that was causing distortion. As I say, the other amplifier we've not touched, but it sounded perfect once I replaced that connector, which is crazy really. So let's just thank everyone that's contributed today. Much appreciated as always. Let's just get me up in the corner. So we've got the Man Cave Workshop, £10 towards Chris's lathe fund. That is going to be going to him later, Sean. And Mike, a £5. Would have a spare Roberts R66 knob. I will have a look, Mike, but I don't think I have because I've got one with 2 damaged knobs. It would be easy to resin cast one of those, really, wouldn't it? But there you go. And another for my Perseverance. Fat Tony. Thank you, Tony. Thumbs up, Mike. For me making a RF probe, I will be doing that. I must do it. And Tony, not enough beers in the fridge to sort the bugger out. Don't give up trying. Mike again, and Mike. Chris done a good job. He did do a good job. Derek, cool. And Simon for the answer on the switch mode power supplies. Yeah, they do cause loads of interference. Just go for a linear one, Simon. You won't ever have a problem with a linear power supply. It's as close as you'll get to having an actual battery. So there you are, people. Thanks everybody for today, for all your contributions, both as super chats and in the stream, for all your input, helping me out. So much appreciated. Well done on your COVID jab, Rob Hall. Cheers, Leslie. Les even. Cheers, Rich. So cheerio, everyone. Thanks very much for that. I hope you've enjoyed it. Give it a thumbs up if you have. And don't forget, if you've got any questions, pop them in the comments. And anybody got any nice nice layouts, board layouts for a power supply, let me know. Cheers all. Bye for now. If I can get the thing working.